Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Good morning, Mr. President. The sun's shining. It's a beautiful day, and I move that we adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, Father Stephen Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for this honor. I'm from San Antonio College. It's always great to see Fanian alums serving in this body. So, I have to say a special hello to my former professor, Senator Lawson. With that, let us bow our heads in prayer. Merciful Lord, we thank you for guiding the servants and leaders of this hallowed body. Watch over and bless each senator and staffer who are making sacrifices to serve here this morning. Grant them a heart of mercy and patience as they work together in the spirits of civility and humility. Grant their families health and a spirit of happiness. Provide these public servants with the wisdom to make difficult decisions and laws that will help the people of this great state. Continue to bless the peoples of New Hampshire, from Claremont to Rye, from Nashua to Pittsburgh, with peace, prosperity, and safety. We ask you, our source of justice, that you bless all of us here today to act justly and to walk with humility before their God. Amen.
Senator French, can you lead us in the pledge? Introduction of guests, Senator Hennessy.
Colleagues, to my friend, my constituent, and selectman from Littleton, Carrie Gendro.
Introductions have special meaning. As we all remember, when we came into this body, we came in on Zoom. Not a great way to have a Senate function, but as we've come back to our seats, which I think you've all learned how to operate, if you sit more today, it'll be helpful. But in any case, I think we ignored the fact that we had some freshmen come in to the Senate, and today a couple of them have taken it upon themselves to bring their families in here, and I think that's fantastic. So let's start with Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to welcome to the chamber my family, my wife, Caitlin, my older daughter, Logan, my younger daughter, Colby, and my mother, Paula, my mother-in-law, Diane, and my father-in-law, Dave Quokka.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so honored to introduce my family if they wanted to stand up. So today, here is my sister, Abby Garland, my husband, Stephen Whitley, my niece, Lila Garland. Can you wave, Lila? My son, Jackson Whitley, and my mom, Cindy Garland. I want to thank them for all their love and support.
Welcome to the New Hampshire Senate. You can be seated. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Removed from the consent calendar, House Bill 1398 in education, House Bill 410 in energy, House Bill 1187 in energy, House Bill 1448 in judiciary, House Bill 1609 in judiciary, House Bill 1682 in judiciary. Without objection, the following bill is special ordered to Thursday, May 5th. In energy, House Bill 1454. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FM bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FM bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1381, an act relative to student school board members. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
To ensure that student voices are being heard and the real-life experiences and concerns of students are represented. There was also testimony that spoke to the fact that dozens of school boards around the state already support student school board membership. The committee adopted an amendment which removed the section of the bill relative to term restrictions for student school board members and changed the effective date to January 1st, 2023. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment and House Bill 1381. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Guida with a question.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Of representative from District, or Senator from District 9, rather.
8.
8, I'm sorry.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Senator. To my question, does this entitle the student to be a voting member of the board?
What was that middle part of the sentence?
Does this bill enable a student to be a voting member of the school board? Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended in House Bill 1381. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1434 FN, an act relative to the availability of school curriculum materials. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Curriculum course materials taught to pupils in public schools and public academies be made available to the public within 10 business days of a request. The committee heard testimony speaking to the concerns of how burdensome impromptu requests with strict fulfillment timelines could be on teachers and SAUs. The majority of the committee found that this bill needs more fine-tuning. Additionally, course materials are already made available to the extent practical upon requests by parents. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of interim study on House Bill 1434 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ward, the motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 1434. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of referred interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1513 FN, an act relative to the definition of child with a disability for purposes of special education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Kahn for the committee.
Senator Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to move House Bill 1513 FN as ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended by the House, modifies the definition of a child with a disability. Current eligibility for special education services runs from 3 years of age or older but less than 21 years of age. This bill would include eligibility through the end of the school calendar year, during which the student turns 21, or until graduation, whichever occurs first. This new definition would codify in statute the practice of many public high schools in New Hampshire, providing students with individual education plans the ability to complete the school year. The reason to go through the school year is to reach the federal Individuals with Disability Education Act goals of preparing special education students for independence beyond the school environment. Testimony from the Department of Education indicates this would affect 79 students and that the cost of services through an approved private provider range between $22,000 and $140,000 annually. The committee amendment adds a commission on special education eligibility to study how extending services to the federal definition of inclusive through 21 years of age would affect overall public education spending and the potential implications for enrollment eligibility for all other students not having previously graduated, including Education Freedom Account students. The commission would also craft definitions about the end of the school year in which a student turns 21, as that can vary between June and August. The commission's membership includes legislators, special education leaders, developmental disability advocacy groups, and the Department of Education to review and study more thoroughly how this definition could impact New Hampshire's education system. This bill with amendment takes a step closer to the federal definition of student eligibility, helps students transition to adult developmental disability services, enables students to graduate with their classmates, and provides an opportunity for the legislature to thoughtfully recommend statutory and funding changes required to implement education services through a student's 21st year. The Education Committee asks for your support on this motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1513 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kahn. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 1669. I would like to speak to it.
Senator Ward offers floor amendment 1669 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you. This bill was introduced in the House to define special education services for students from ages 3 to 21 inclusive, as required by federal law. A recent case in the First Circuit, which covers New Hampshire, recently confirmed this requirement. However, the bill was amended to only allow students to complete the school year in which they turn 21, rather than receive special education services up to the day before their 22nd birthday. Amendment 1669 would amend the bill back to its original form, providing services from ages 3 to 21 inclusive, and saving New Hampshire from a costly series of lawsuits from parents seeking services to which their children are entitled. We have sought clarification from the Department of Education on how many students this would affect. And since this bill is going to finance, we will have time to get more detailed information. I ask you to support this amendment in order to bring New Hampshire Special Education Services in line with federal law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1669S. Senator Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This body previously has approved Senate Bill 234, which essentially is the same as what the committee has recommended in 1513. So the 1513 bill, as it currently exists, passed the House Education Committee on a 19-0 vote. And we passed 234. I think it was unanimous, or it was 23-1. This court decision that is in question was decided in October of 2018. It's been around for 3.5 years. The earth hasn't moved. We haven't been sued. It hasn't been litigated, largely because New Hampshire's law is very consistent. We define in our education chapter that special education services go to 21, and we define that all other public school services are to age 21. There is strong consistency in New Hampshire statute, and it's been in place since 1970. We have 3 options here. We can do nothing and leave that in place. We can adopt a federal standard that goes through 21, and it leaves still a big question mark. What does happen with a student who's got an individual education plan at age 21 who becomes 22, and does that student terminate on that date that they've turned 22? Or does the school extend that service through the 22nd year, in which case we've just moved the goalpost a whole year? If we do that, recognize what the fiscal implications are of that kind of decision. A student who has reached the age of 21 is likely in need of significant services that have a significant cost. And my colleague, Senator from District 8, and I both recognize that there was a significant issue in the town of Marlow, and it does pit parents against parents. 2 students move into a town, and suddenly there's a $400,000 bill that the school faces, and it's going to face that year after year, and that 1 extra year now that we're adding on. That's a second option, and a third option is what the committee has recommended, that we recognize what many of the school districts in the state already are doing, the right thing. That when a student reaches 21 and they have an individual education plan, that it continue through the school year, because the goals of that plan are to transition that student to adult education, to adult disability services. That's where our state makes the transition point, is at age 21. So I think that we've got the right balance. The fiscal impact is significant. We've had the Department of Education give us quotes of somewhere between $3 million and $11 million. This is a downshifting of costs to local school districts. This raises constitutional questions about 28A and how those costs are going to be covered. You've just passed an amendment, I think a good amendment. It tries to address all the questions that have come up during this debate. What happens to other students who have not graduated high school and are now 21, and does this mean that we've got to change that statutory definition? What about the way in which we fund special education services? We right now are putting school districts on the line for the first $70,000 of cost, 3.5 times the average cost of an education. We haven't moved that number in a long time, 3.5 times, and while costs have continued to go up. So school districts are on the hook for first $70,000, 20% of every dollar beyond that. And all we're putting in for a special education student is $2,000 through the adequacy formula. You can see where the burden is falling. We haven't debated that. We have not come up with the policy decision for that. 3.5 years since that court case in Rhode Island, a split decision, by the way, and take into consideration as well that we are not the only state that faces a 21-year of age cutoff. We are among 10 states that have that, and another 10 states that go through the school year, or some portion of the school year, that covers 21 through the school year. I think we're making the right step with this motion, and it allows us the time to then begin to address the question of where do the costs get borne if we go through the 21st year, and what are the implications for school districts that want students to complete their individual education plans. So those are the questions in front of us. I think the step that the committee has recommended is a reasonable one, in spite of all the concerns, the gauntlet thrown down that we're going to get sued. We're going to get a big tab here that's going to the school district, not addressed how that's going to get covered. So I think one more year wouldn't hurt to take this time and get it right and make all the other adjustments in education statutes that are needed with any kind of change through 21. So I recommend what the committee's bill is before us, and vote down this amendment that's being proposed to extend through 21 years.
Thank you, Senator Kahn. Senator Hennessy with a question.
Of the senator from District 11.
He hasn't spoken, but Senator Daniels, you want to take the question?
Thank you. As the Chair of Finance, I just want to confirm that this bill will be going to Finance and was on your FN report that we just approved.
It will be going to Finance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the floor amendment sponsored by our friend from District 8, and I just want to put a little bit more flavor on the remarks of our colleague from District 10. I had a conversation with the Commissioner of Education as well as an attorney in the Attorney General's office, and I suspect that the committee heard much of the same testimony that I'm going to recap what I heard in the conversation. The state of Rhode Island ended up in the First District Federal Court, and the language that is in this floor amendment for those services to be offered until the 22nd birthday was the decision of that court. We are under the same jurisdiction of that court, and it was the clear recommendation of the attorney from the Department of Justice that we adopt this floor amendment, given the legal situation that all of the states in our area face due to that decision. In fact, the attorney said that it was so cut and dried, it would be very hard for the state to even defend not going up with services until the 22nd birthday. I suspect that many of us have talked to parents who have been calling us, parents with special need kids. The situation for them is real. The court decision is real. So it would be my recommendation that we pass this amendment because I think it's the right thing to do on top of everything else. The question that our friend from District 1 just asked of the finance chair, we're going to be able to drill down a little further on the costs, how many students, what the costs are likely to be, and then make a rational decision based on the legal situation that we have, which is why I hope the body will adopt our friend from District 8's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Sherman.
President, I will be supporting the amendment with the assurance that this is going to finance and that we will figure out a way to make sure that we are not, as the senator from District 10 has pointed out, once again, downshifting onto the property taxpayers the burden of this decision. I understand the legal ramifications, the Attorney General's decision, but I want to be sure that we are going to, in finance, figure out a way not to put this on the backs of our property taxpayers, not to downshift, and that we will accept the responsibility as a body for making sure that we at the state level are covering this cost. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Sherman. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1669S. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Ward, seconded by Senator Rashadi. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 23-1. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1513. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1627 FNA, an act establishing an Education Freedom Account Program administrator in the Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore, and relative to the school meals direct certification with Medicaid program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1627 FNA be re-referred to interim study. This bill would establish the position of the Education Freedom Account Administrator in the Department of Education, Division of Learner Support, and would make an appropriation to the department for the purpose. This bill was also amended on the House floor to require the Department of Education to seek participation in Medicaid direct certification methodology for free and reduced lunch program through the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. While the committee did not hear opposition to the establishment of the Education Freedom Account Administrator position, the committee did hear abundant testimony on privacy concerns related to the amended portion of the bill relative to the sharing of personal information through the free and reduced lunch program and Medicaid by the New Hampshire Department of Education, the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Members of the committee and testifiers also expressed serious concerns about the lack of information related to the potential fiscal impact of this bill in the amount of $60 million. Due to these concerns and a number of other unanswered questions, the Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of interim study on House Bill 1627 FNA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Ward.
This bill was introduced to create an administrative position within the Department of Education to oversee New Hampshire's successful Education Freedom Account program. Since launching last year, nearly 2,000 New Hampshire families have qualified for state support for their educational choices. Opponents of this program have argued for more state oversight, establishing an EFA administrator would do just that. The House added an unrelated floor amendment requiring New Hampshire to join the School Meals Direct Certification with Medicaid program, which would automatically enroll any family in Medicaid into the free and reduced lunch program. We heard testimony concerning the privacy implications of such automatic enrollments, which would provide a family's personal financial information with school districts without their permission. The Education Committee unanimously recommended this bill to be sent to interim study so that we could address those concerns and the potential costs to the state. However, our committee ended up throwing the EFA administrator out with the bathwater. I ask you to vote down interim study so that I may bring an amendment to restore the EFA administrator position. Thank you.
Senator Ward. Further discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on House Bill 1627. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Someone listen. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Ward.
I would also like to introduce floor amendment 1673S.
Before we do that, Senator Bradley moves on to pass. Senator Ward asks to introduce floor amendment 1673S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you. This amendment simply strikes the direct certification section of the bill while keeping the EFA administrator in place and appropriates funds for it. This would give the Department of Education greater capacity to oversee and implement the EFA program as more families apply. And I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1673S. Senator Kahn.
I'm going to speak against the amendment and ask that we vote this down and we pass the bill as it came over from the House. I think it's the right thing to do. You know that we all know we've been struggling to define free and reduced lunch eligibility for the last several years. We've lost count in our state. We know that there are 35,000 students and that that's down from about 47,000 students. We've lost 12,000 students that we know of that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we've been participating for the last couple of years in the Department of Agriculture certification. It has benefited school districts to the extent of that 12,000 students, and this has the potential of benefiting even further students. There are 27 states that are already participating in the pilot program. There's a way to get out of this. 27 states are benefiting from this. Why wouldn't New Hampshire? Do you think privacy concerns don't matter in the other 27 states? And consider the fact that both the Department of Health and Human Services said, while they're mandated to share a minimum amount of information with the Department of Education, but they have to do that now for Medicaid to schools anyway. And the finance director of the Department of Education says she doesn't believe that they would be required to send student or parent identifiable information in order to qualify for this. These are the committee's notes. Why would we not try to benefit the state of New Hampshire and kids who are suffering from food insufficiency to benefit from free and reduced lunch? You want to improve educational outcomes, my friends? Pass this bill, and we can assure for the next couple of years that we will, in fact, try to benefit every student who's Medicaid qualified in the state of New Hampshire will receive free and reduced lunch. So I recommend that we pass the bill as it's been submitted to us. It's the right thing to do with little risk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kahn. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and simply, number one, there are hungry children in New Hampshire. Number two, as proposed, this is a pilot project. Which means we can remove ourselves from this if we need to, if it's not working for us. Number three, this would streamline and make it more efficient to enroll these children, these families that have this need. Why wouldn't we do this? So I just want everyone to think about the hungry children who have an opportunity here, or we have an opportunity to support these children and their families. So I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Any further discussion on Floor Amendment 1673? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just scrolling through the hearing report, the committee had testimony that the potential cost of the free and reduced lunch initiative, which would appear that it has a significant amount of merit, could be as much as $60 million. I think for that prospect alone, that this should come in, this piece of it should come in as part of the budget next year, so it's fully vetted and fully understood in terms of its cost implications. But I think we know, given the popularity of the education savings accounts, that the administrator position is necessary. So I hope the body adopts this amendment and we move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't believe that number. That number came from the State Director of Americans for Prosperity. It did not come from any state authoritative source. I think we've gotten a wild guess there. The other department leads who came in to speak on behalf of this bill did not indicate that there would be very significant costs. I ask that the body vote down this amendment. This is not moving us in the right direction. Vote down this amendment, let this bill pass. It is going to benefit school districts, it's going to benefit students, families. Think of all the benefits that we had during this pandemic of meals going to families who are desperate for sufficient food supply. This should be something this body cares enough to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sherman with a question.
Senator from District 10.
Senator Kahn.
Senator Kahn, the first question, or a question would be, given what's been said by the senator from District 5 and others, this is a pilot program. Can we put any faith in the wild estimate that was made by Americans for Prosperity, since this is a pilot program and could be halted if its expense became too great?
So I think that gives us an off-ramp, and the state could exercise that at any time.
Follow-up? The follow-up question, isn't this bill to go to finance where we could go beyond the policy, which I think most of us can agree that we need to feed our children, right? So we would be able to take this to finance, and if it is too expensive in finance, not depending on some lobbying group for the cost estimate, but actually taking a close look at what this would really cost, couldn't we then come back with an educated resolution to this?
I think that's the correct step that this body should take.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Rosenwald with a question.
District 10.
Senator Kahn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you believe that the fiscal note on this bill, which includes the Medicaid piece from the Department of Education, is not 60 million or 16 million, but is $115,000 a year?
Thank you for the question. That is a cost that's related to the administrative position in the Department of Education.
Follow up. Thank you. But isn't that the only fiscal impact that the bill with the Medicaid provision displays?
I think that needs to get fleshed out in the Finance Committee, and I hope you get a chance to ask that question of the departments that have really the information at hand. And I'd also just reiterate that a lot of this information passes now because we currently have Medicaid to school program. Medicaid services are delivered in schools and reimbursed by Medicaid. So this information that's passing is probably a minimal difference. And as we heard from the Department of Education, won't involve any kind of student identifiable information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition of the floor amendment and just wanted to speak briefly to the importance of the free and reduced program and, the importance to make sure that we have all the information necessary to support children. We do know through the research that when children are hungry, they are not available to learn, and that the free and reduced lunch program is the least that we can do to prepare our students for learning, particularly at a time where there has been so much learning loss through the pandemic. We did learn that through the pandemic, we could all come together as a community and ensure that we are supporting this program with federal dollars. And I think this is a small thing we can do for our school districts to make sure that we do not have hungry children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to point out a couple of salient facts. Passing this floor amendment does not deny a single child a single bite of food. The program is still there, number one. Number two, I might note that all those that are speaking in opposition from the Education Committee had voted for interim study on this. Representative Weiler in the House, who is somewhat renowned for his knowledge of finance, had stated that the cost was going to be significant. So again, this is not about denying children food. This is about information sharing, a topic near and dear to all of our hearts. No child will be denied a meal. It's just how they get recorded as being on the free and reduced lunch program, something that needs to be scrutinized carefully. So I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion on floor amendment 1673S? Senator Kahn.
I rise again, Mr. President. Thank you. To just say the stigma of having to fill out this form and apply for free and reduced lunch is something that has been in the way of enrollment in this program for years. This is a way to take that stigma away. And that was part of the testimony as well. So just wanted to get to that place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator. Come out of recess. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1673S. Further discussion. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I understand that we're spending a lot of time talking about this. I think this is a really important topic, but I wanted to add a personal note to this. And during recess, I got permission from my husband to share it. My husband grew up in a family with, it was just his mom, and his two sisters and himself in rural Vermont. And they, his mom worked full time. They didn't have much. He qualified and they were enrolled in the free and reduced, meals program for their school. I remember him telling me this years ago, how he felt at times like he was pointed out or picked out because, he was one of those kids. A program like this would take that away. So the automatic certification would have existed for him and he wouldn't have had to feel that way. So I just wanted to share that personal story from my family, and thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. President, and my colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Further discussion. Senator Bradley.
Question of our friend from District 1.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you very much, Senator. We just had a discussion in the prior bill about downshifting of costs, and my understanding is a significant portion of how we pay for adequacy is contingent upon free and reduced lunch. If we adopt the bill with the Medicaid provision in it, aren't we potentially increasing the amount that would be an adequacy amount and also downshifting costs to local taxpayers?
There is potential for increases to local taxpayers. That's the problem with this bill, the way it's written right now, because it was a House amendment on the floor and didn't go to the Finance Committee. We don't know what the actual cost will be to the state, and we don't know if there's any actual cost to our individual school districts.
Thank you.
Senator Kahn with a question.
Question of our colleague from District 1. It's my recall that in House Bill 2, we have an amendment there that is causing us to use free and reduced lunch from 2019 because it's the last valid year for trying to get a better number on free and reduced lunch figures. Point being, we don't have a good number on free and reduced lunch any longer, do we?
You are correct. For this current school year, we are using that number because the federal government was still supplying free meals to our school without the requirement of those forms.
Thank you. I think that's covered.
The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1673S. Further discussion. Roll call has been requested by Senator Kahn, seconded by Senator Susi. You're voting on the floor amendment. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley. No. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14-10. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1627. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and it's forwarded to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1653 FN, an act relative to educational and employment opportunities and protections for military families and their dependents. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1653 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes residency and enrollment rights and procedures for military-connected students by providing temporary occupational licensing for qualified military service members and their spouses. This bill also provides for in-state tuition at any university system or community college institution for military-connected students. The committee amended the bill to make minor technical changes and recenter the focus of this bill on the importance of making licensed counseling services available to these military-connected families. This bill provides an opportunity for growth and to anchor military families in New Hampshire with the entitlements and resources our service members and their families deserve. This bill passed the committee unanimously. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1653 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Guida with a question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Of Senator Prentice?
Senator Prentice, yes, thank you. As I read this, I'm concerned about the financial impact, the way it's written, and I don't understand it. It looks as though anyone that served in the National Guard of any state who might then relocate to New Hampshire would be eligible for benefits in New Hampshire.
Correct.
And that's what the intent of the bill is. Thank you.
Yes.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Prentice.
Mr. President, I would like to introduce floor amendment 1690S and speak to my amendment.
Senator Prentice offers floor amendment 1690 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the final section of this bill, and when we're talking specifically about growth and anchoring military families in New Hampshire on career path, the final section of the bill speaks to occupational licensure and directs the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification only as the only entity that does licensing in New Hampshire that potentially military families would be connected to and would enter our workforce. The exception that needs to be made and what this amendment, not exception, but what this amendment adds in is the Department of Safety's Bureau of Emergency Medical Services licenses emergency medical technicians, both at the basic and the advanced level. And without this amendment, my concern is that many of the members of the military that come here, and we know we need EMTs and paramedics in our workforce, would be overlooked and wouldn't fit under this provision. So that is why I brought forward this floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1690. Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator for District 5 for working on this amendment. The committee all agreed that this work needed to be done. We just didn't have time to do it before we had to vote out this FN bill. So thank you for your work on this.
You ready for the question? Question is the adoption of floor amendment 1690. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1653. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1420 FN, an act prohibiting the issuance of new landfill permits under the state solid waste plan is updated. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1420 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1420 would prohibit DES from issuing permits for the construction of a new landfill unless the department makes a positive determination that the permit application is consistent with the solid waste plan that reflects current realities. New Hampshire solid waste plan has not been updated since 2003, despite the requirement to be updated every 6 years. The plan should have been updated back in 2009. Because the plan has not been updated, the department has been using outdated information when issuing new permits. However, because of legislation we passed, this plan is being updated and is expected to have a version of it out by October. So that will help clarify that situation and affect the repeal date of this provision should we pass it. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1420. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1420. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1584 FN, an act establishing a capital improvement grant program for the benefit of state fairs and agricultural fairs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1584 FN ought to pass. House Bill 1584 FN establishes a capital improvement grant program and fund for the benefit of the state and agricultural fairs. New Hampshire currently has 13 statewide fairs. These fairs are part of New Hampshire's culture and economy due to many changes to the way we now conduct our state fairs, including changes to health, safety, and fire code regulations. There is an increased need for more services for these fairs. This bill has the support of the Department of Agriculture. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1584 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1584. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred CACR 21, an act relating to Register of Probate, providing that eliminating the office of Register of Probate and all the references to such office. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Can I get a 2-minute recess, Mr. President? Thank you. I don't have the sheet.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move CACR 21 ought to pass as amended. This CACR eliminates the Office of Register of Probate and all references to such office in the New Hampshire Constitution. In 2011, the court system was reorganized and an electronic filing system was established for probate court matters. These changes made the Register of Probate office redundant. Registers of probates continue to be elected each term, but have had no or few duties. This CACR updates the Constitution to remove an obsolete position, and the majority of the committee asks for your support in voting to pass as amended and put this issue before the voters of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion and amendments. Senator Carson for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to offer floor amendment number 1561S and speak to the amendment.
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 1561 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This amendment contains recommendations that were made from the House. There was the addition of lines 10 through 14 because we realized that registers of probate were also mentioned in Article 81 of the Constitution. And if you look at the amendment down on line 30 through 32, again, Article 81 is mentioned because register of probates were included in that constitutional amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Let me explain where we are. We're on the floor amendment, which just requires a majority vote to adopt the floor amendment. When we're done with the floor amendment, unless there's other amendments, we'll take up the CACR. That requires 15 votes and a roll call. So we're on the floor amendment right now. Any discussion on the floor amendment? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on CACR 21. Seeing no discussion, Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak against this CACR. Certainly in the year 2010, in budget crisis, the legislature did a lot of things. And one of the things that they did as a cost-saving measure was to eliminate the duties of the Register of Probate. There were some conflicts that were notable at the time between certain judges and certain registers of probate that had an influence, I believe, on some of the things that were done. Speaking to some of the historians, why is there a register of probate and why is it in the Constitution? Because the people wanted someone local that they could talk to in these serious times when one of their loved ones has passed away and we have to wrap up their affairs. They haven't committed any crime. They haven't, no civil suit against them, but we've made a procedure that, in the probate procedure, where someone has to go in and they have to get an executor or executress assigned, they have to do an inventory, they have to publish the various things in the papers, and at least a minimum of 6 months. Some of you have experienced that system. When we asked for data from the court system, they said, oh, we've got these thousands of cases, and our call-in center does everything we need. Perfect. And you figure out how many calls they've got. There are more. Apparently, something I said. thought you were just getting louder. Could be. I'm taking after Lou. Senator Gianfranco. Of those thousands of cases, the numbers that they have in that report show that there's between 4 and 5 calls to their center on every probate court case. 4 to 5. Well, gee, that's pretty good. If somebody can go in and pro se and only make 4 or 5 calls, that system is working perfect, isn't it? Well, most of those cases are done by lawyers. They're not calling in. They know the system. They go in, type it in. They say, okay, this is the will. Here it is. They've requested this person for an executor. Fine. Then they go back in. They say, okay, here's the inventory. Here's the attached file. Fine. Then they go back in and they say, okay, we're going to advertise it. So the lawyers aren't the ones that are making those calls. It's the people who are trying to do it pro se. And it's not 4 per pro se, but we don't know the number because we don't have the data broken down to that. People that have come to me say, well, gee, yes, I went and used the call-in system. But you know what? I get a different person every time. I have to re-explain everything that, happened in the first place. Then I have to re-explain it, and what they asked me to do and what I've done to that. You take away register of probate, and you take away the one person in that Constitution that was supposed to be that local person, that person you could go to, that person you could sit down with in a very trying time. All of you know my son passed away a little over 2 years ago. $1,700 is what the attorney charged for updating the trust, probate, etc. The bill wasn't broken down any further, so I can't tell you exactly how much it was for the probate portion of that. Can't tell you. But I can tell you that the trust took care of everything except a car that was at least 7 years old at the time, and a small bank account. I've never asked my daughter-in-law what exactly, how much was in there. And that's what it was. When I had a conversation with one of the justices in the Superior Court, oh, she got taken. I talked to a lawyer one time and said, well, why do you spend so much time writing wills? He says, that's my retirement. Because if I write the will, in most cases, I probate the thing. Hey, that may be anecdotal, that may be whatever, but that's what was said. And you, through this constitutional amendment, are going to try to take that all away. In the bills that we've submitted, we've done everything the court asked us to do. We've taken away they have to sit with the court people. We've taken away that the court has to supply them a computer. We've taken away that the court has to educate those people. We've taken away, and still the court probably politicked every one of you to pass this. It is a cash cow for the court system, in my opinion. It is a way for them to get money to support other functions of the court. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've heard a lot of misinformation this morning concerning this. This is not necessarily CACR, but the subject of the Register of Probate we seem to debate almost every biennium. And I was on Senate Judiciary back in 2011 when the court presented to the legislature its whole reorganization process. They wanted to update our court system, and it has been very, very successful. But for some reason, this issue of the Register of Probate doesn't seem to get resolved. I'd like to point out a couple of things. First, over the years, the court had assumed more and more and more of the duties and responsibilities of the Register of Probate because of the people that were getting elected. Look and check. Are there any requirements that anyone be a Register of Probate? Absolutely not. So let me talk a little bit about Katie the Kegger, or the fraternity brother from Dartmouth who never showed up, or a woman who was in a nursing home, never showed up. How is that servicing the people? And this is why the court started to assume more and more and more of the responsibility. It makes sense. I will agree with my colleague that in the beginning, yeah, the transition was a little rough. But since that time, it's running smoothly. And in fact, it has saved the court system over $60 million. And quite frankly, if people feel that the court is misappropriating funds or they're doing something wrong with this money, please bring it to Senate Finance. We have good people on Senate Finance that will analyze all that data. But we have this office now, and the functions are being done by the court. If you want to keep just a ceremonial title, okay, fine, go ahead and do that. But understand, these people virtually do nothing. They have something to do with the archives. But then again, we already have an archivist. We've got a whole department over there. What do these people do? In colonial times, yes, they were important, but not today. Not today. And I challenge you, ask your registrar of probate in your district, what qualifications do you have other than being a Republican or a Democrat? I'd rather have it done by the court system, by the people who know what they're doing, rather than leave it in the hands of somebody who just on a lark put their name on a ballot, or it was just empty and we had to fill the slot someplace. Our people deserve better than that. And our court system has done that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Carson, Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the motion and applaud the work done by the senator. I have a bill pending before this legislature permitting the transfer of death deeds for real property, which is a way of taking care of this before going to probate. This bill has gone through our committees and is moving forward. I think the judges do a great job. I think Judge King, who's the son of a former senator and a former House member, came to see me about this. In the past, I've been opposed to it, but now I wholeheartedly support it. It just makes sense. It makes sense. The registrars of probate make $100 a year now. And as I say, what's the only requisite or prerequisite? Put your name on the ballot. And that's no good. The courts do it well. I ask my colleagues to support this and move forward. The restructuring of the courts has been a very good thing. It's been a very good thing for New Hampshire, and it's been a very good thing for the people that are served. So we're doing our best to streamline things, to make things better, and indeed, this will help. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Daniels with a question of?
Senator from District 14, please.
Senator Carson.
Thank you. In changing the Constitution, I believe that people ought to understand what they are doing. Mm-hmm. And so as I look at lines 22 through 32 on the amendment, this is the question that will be put on the ballot. But I don't see any wording in there that indicates to people that they are doing away with the office of the registrar of probate. So can you explain to me how people should understand this? Because I'm quite sure that most people haven't got Article 71 and 81 memorized.
Okay, thank you very much. To be honest with you, I can't answer that question. I would think that there is a resolving clause here, and I imagine the resolving clause would be on it. We did not get testimony from the Secretary of State on actually what it was going to look at. But this is what we were given as an amendment. So that's why we have it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Carson to speak again?
Yes, thank you. I just would like to remind everyone, we've struggled with this issue for the past 10 years or so. It's time to put it to the people and let the people decide what they want. If they want to keep a register of probate, they will vote. If they don't, they will vote to get rid of it. It's time we let the people decide. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Carson. Senator Perkins spoke with a question.
Question of my colleague from District 14.
Senator Carson.
Senator Kirsten, would you believe that on page 2 of your amendment, lines 9 through 13, there appears to be a voter's guide, which specifically in line 12 through 13 appears to say, if this amendment is adopted, the Constitution will no longer include reference to the registers of probate. And in line 11 says, the office's duties were redistributed to the circuit court clerks in 2011.
Thank you for the question. Senator, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Gaida.
President, I rise in opposition to this constitutional amendment. If we pass this amendment, then the entire control of the functions of overseeing the disposition of someone's estate will rest within the judiciary. No checks, no balances, other than to find a lawyer, also an officer of the court, within the judicial system to challenge potentially unsavory behavior. This was instituted in the Constitution to prevent just that thing from happening. It was introduced as the people's check and balance. The absence of qualifications is our fault. If we believe that the judges need a check and a balance, we would put through a bill that says these are the requirements to serve as a probate or register of probate. By eliminating this provision of our Constitution, we remove the last vestiges of the people's ability to challenge from outside the court. This is why it rankles the court so deeply, by someone who's not a judge, someone who's not an attorney, but someone who might have some common sense and someone who might understand this if we give them the qualifications that are required. You remember 73A, I believe it is, where the courts now have the ability that their rules are now law. We gave that up. And the courts continue to consolidate their power. They continue bit at a time. I was here when we shot this down. It was 4 years ago, 6 years ago? Okay. I was also here when I was astounded the following session when we removed funding for probates. This is death by 1,000 cuts to something that is the only check and balance an ordinary citizen has outside the entire legal profession and legal structure of our state to challenge the decisions of the judges or the lawyers. I am strongly opposed to this, and I hope you'll join me in shooting it down. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on CACR 21. Roll call is required. You ready for the roll call?
Senator Hennessy.
Hold it. Senator Kahn, can you take your seat? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
Senator Sherman,
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 21-3. You passed the constitutional amendment, and it's ordered to third reading. Senator Bradley for an introduction.
Good morning. This is the fourth grade from John Fuller School. Fourth grade. And sixth. Well, welcome to the New Hampshire Senate.
We just did. I'll let you do it. Talk to Senator Bradley. What you just saw was something that doesn't happen very often. We were voting on a constitutional amendment. Now, I know you all know what the Constitution is, right? So we voted in favor of putting a constitutional amendment to the people to vote on. So when your parents or whoever goes to vote in November, there is going to be a constitutional amendment. And we will hopefully amend our state constitution. And you got to see part of it. So I'm glad you were here to see that.
Thank you, Senator Bradley and Senator Carson. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1288, an act relative to the terms for certain officers and the names, duties, funds of certain divisions within the Department of Administrative Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1288 ought to pass. This bill updates portions of current law related to the duties of the Department of Administrative Services. Specifically, the Division of Financial Data Management is renamed to Division of Enterprise Applications Management, and the position description is updated to reflect responsibilities related to the software used by all state departments. Number 2, changes to the state employees evaluation system will now be done with input from a stakeholders group rather than a task force. And the end of the year balance that may be retained in the non-lapsing education and training fund is increased from $20,000 to $100,000 to ensure tuition for summer courses can be covered. And number 4, a term limit of 4 years is identified for the deputy and assistant commissioners and all division directors. The majority of the ED&A committee views this bill as necessary and asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1288. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Reagan. The motion's ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1288. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1339, an act relative to the Winnipesaukee River Basin Control Replacement Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-1. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1339 ought to pass with amendment. This bill allows for a fairer distribution of repair costs for malfunctioning equipment by the 10-member communities within the Winnipesaukee River Basin sewerage system. This is a modernization bill, as the law and formula have not been updated since the 1980s. The amendment to the bill merely deletes a sentence that was mistakenly included in the proposal. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1339 as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? You ready for the question on the committee amendment? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Gaida.
Mr. Chairman, you'll note that the vote on the committee was 5-1. I was the one. There are about 10 communities in that basin. It is basically a sewage treatment district. The two communities that voted against this voted against it because they are the farthest downstream communities. Why is that important? Because at present time, under current law, each community's piece of the system is paid for, and repairs to that system are paid for by that community. That's fine. What this bill does is it allows half of the cost to be shared amongst all the communities. What does that do to the downstream communities? That means for the 8 upstream communities, they are being paid by the downstream communities for failures and equipment breakages in communities that aren't even part, or by communities that aren't even part. In other words, the downstream communities are now paying for repairs for the upstream communities. I don't think that's equitable. I think this needs further study. I'll be voting against it, and I ask you to join me, again, because we are asking people to pay for repairs to a system they don't use. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1339. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1497 FN, an act relative to the optional allowances in the retirement system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1497 FN ought to pass. This bill will allow New Hampshire retirement system members to elect survivorship option allowance upon joining the retirement system, with a grace period of 120 days after the original notice of retirement. This election would only be in effect if a member is eligible for service retirement under RSA 100-8:5 and dies while in active service. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1497 FM and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1497. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1554 FN, an act relative to online payment of fees relating to operation of off-highway recreational vehicles, snowmobiles, and relative to grants administered by the Bureau of Trails for OHRV trail development and maintenance. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1554 FN ought to pass. This bill requires the Fish and Game Department to establish procedures to enable the online payment of registration fees for off-highway recreational vehicles and snowmobiles. Registration of OHRVs and snowmobiles is currently done at a registration agent. HB 1554 FN also specifies the percentages for the Bureau of Trails Grant and Aid Program for the biennium ending June 30th, 2023. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1554 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1554. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1583 FN, an act relative to the days of operation of state liquor stores. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1583 in expedient to legislate. This bill would authorize the Liquor Commission to open certain liquor stores on the holidays of Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. It is unknown if opening stores on these holidays would increase sales or simply shift sales from the days leading up to the holidays. It's also unclear as to whether or not additional sales revenue would offset the additional operating cost to open the stores. Because it is uncertain whether or not there would be any benefit to opening liquor stores on major family holidays, and whether revenue would increase, decrease, or remain neutral, the Senate Finance Committee recommends House Bill 1583 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Kavanaugh.
This bill came before this body and it did pass. And there is a potential for some revenue here. And I don't want to upset the dean and mention property taxes, but this could be another different revenue for the state. This is something that I was specific to talk about in committee, that the employees would only be voluntarily working that day. If no one volunteers, they don't open. But I just feel that there's the potential for more revenue coming into the state. It's a great stream for us, and I just ask my colleagues to vote no on the ITL so I can offer a different motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh, for being brief. Senator Gannon.
Already spoke in detail on this a week or two ago. Again, it's not voluntary. This would be inequitable, and many senators know I'm all about the equity. These are lower income people. If you're thrown in front of you that you can make time and a half, double time, they're going to be forced to go. Let's just give them the 3 extra days with their family. You can buy your booze 362 other days of the year. It's not going to affect revenue. There's been no estimates. We'll just all buy our booze the day before, the day after. Give these 55 employees 3 days off with their family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator French, maybe.
Mr. President, I would just like to say I was for this bill before I was against it. Now I'm against it. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1583. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Ooh. Roll call has been requested by Senator Avite, seconded by Senator Gaida. Clerk will call the roll.
Missy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator French?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Kahn?
No.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
Nope.
Senator Morse?
Yes. Been defeated 13-11. Oh, whoa, wrong answer. It's ITL.
That's what I thought.
Inexpedient to legislate has been adopted 13-11. The legislation is defeated. Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Apologize.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1613 FN, an act relative to certain liquor manufacturers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-1. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1613 FN ought to pass. This bill authorizes a liquor manufacturer distilling less than 1,000 cases of liquor per year to sell its liquor at its facility for off-premises consumption. House Bill 1613 FN establishes fees for domestic liquor manufacturers based on the number of cases they produce per year, thereby reducing the fee for smaller distillers. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1613 FN without a further hiccup and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guyer. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1613. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1681 FN, an act relative to the State Building Code and the State Fire Code. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1681 FN ought to pass. This bill revises the definitions of the State Building Code, addresses the version of the building code applicable immediately following adoption of an updated edition, and clarifies the role of the State Building Code Review Board. It also requires municipalities to submit local building ordinances to the State Building Code Review Board for informational purposes, revises the definition of the New Hampshire Fire Code, and ratifies amendments to the State Fire Code. HB 1681 will have no impact on state, county, and local revenues or expenditures. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1681 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1681. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 103 FN, an act establishing a dental benefit under the state Medicaid program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 103 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services to solicit information to contract with the dental managed care organizations to provide dental care to persons under Medicaid and managed care programs. This bill is a companion to my friend from Nashua, District 13, SB 422 FN, which this body passed 23-0. At the hearing on both of these bills, the committee heard extensive testimony about the physical, the psychological, the social benefits of good oral health. The committee amendment ensures that HB 103 FN and SB 422 FN will mirror each other to ensure that the maximum probability for the passage of them both. So the committee amended clarified coverage for dentures and removes cost sharing for diagnostic and preventative services, as well as adds funding for the mechanism for the Central Corporation settlement and payment for the risk corridor of HB to HB 103 FN. The Senate Health and Human Service Committee asks for your support in a motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 103 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator D'Alessandro, you want to speak to the committee amendment? Okay. The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. And I just like to say that, cooperation sometimes is the key element to success. Senator Rosenwald has worked on this for a long period of time. But I want to tell you this about oral health, how important oral health is. As a kid, I went to the Forsyth Clinic. They used to pick us up on a bus and take us to the Forsyth Clinic. 5 cents for a filling, 25 cents for an extraction. How many of you had your teeth fixed under that framework? Nobody. Nobody. All right? They pulled a lot of teeth, but they did fill a few. This wonderful situation, Cindy, takes care of people when they have desperate need. I mean, oral health is just unbelievable. I walk around the streets and I see people and I see their teeth and I say, gee, why can't we do something about this? Well, this is part way, and it makes a lot of sense. It deserves all of our support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Rosenwald.
And I also rise to support the ought to pass as amended motion. You know, we pass a lot of bills here. Many of them are technical in nature. They make some changes to programs or definitions. Only a few of them have a direct positive impact on people's lives. And House Bill 103 is one of those few. It will have a direct positive impact on people's lives. By passing this today and enacting a Medicaid dental benefit for adults, we will enable about 100,000 low-income, elderly people with disabilities in New Hampshire to take steps to improve not only their health, but their financial security. Dental care is a kind of health care they have not been able to access before because of the prohibitive cost. I'm so proud that New Hampshire will join 35 other states to provide this important benefit. It's been an absolute privilege to work on with so many people for so long, and I'm grateful to my colleagues for taking this journey with me. So please, let's send this bill out to finance today with a 24-0 vote. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 103. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Susie. You ready for the roll call? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes?
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Abar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Foca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
And Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted 24-0, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be in recess till 1 o'clock. The food has just arrived in room 100. If the Republicans could grab their food and go to the third floor, it'd be great. Senate will come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, House Bill 1044, an act relative to direct payment and membership-based healthcare facilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1044 be re-referred for interim study. This bill exempts facilities operating with membership-based or direct payment business models from certain special licensing provisions. The committee heard conflicting testimony on what the terminologies in HB 1044 mean and how this practice could or would be implemented. And we also heard about possible implications for other existing facilities that, such as critical access hospitals. For these reasons, a motion of re-refer to interim study is warranted. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of re-refer to interim study on House Bill 1044. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senate is in recess. Come out of recess. A roll call has been requested by Senator Reagan, seconded by Senator Kavanaugh. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley. Yes. Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Bishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avar.
Absolutely no.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 20-4. The motion referred to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, House Bill 1130 FN, an act relative to restroom access for persons with certain medical conditions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is right up my alley. I move that House Bill 1130 FN ought to pass. This bill requires retail establishments to allow individuals with medical conditions like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis to use employee toilet facilities under certain circumstances. The committee heard deeply personal and moving testimony about the struggles that individuals who suffer from such conditions go through every day for any task that takes them outside of their homes. It is a deeply humiliating experience to be denied access to an otherwise available restroom and be forced to rush to find an alternative option, only to, in many situations, come up short. Allowing certain members of the public access to employee restrooms in emergency situations with an exemption for certain safety reasons is a matter of dignity and respect. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1130 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. President. After the hearing had concluded and the committee took action on the bill, it was brought to my attention that the floor amendment would just tighten up the access and make sure that it didn't provide a safety risk for employees, and that's what the floor amendment does. Thank you.
Senator Bradley offers floor amendment 1642S and has spoken to his amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of floor amendment 1642S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. Senator Avard.
Mr. President, I thought I was going to get missed. I'm offering floor amendment 1679S.
Senator Avard offers floor amendment 1679S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to give you a little background to it. It basically, first of all, it's relative to the restroom and persons with medical conditions and relative to procedures for obtaining a marriage license. I know that they sound very incongruous. However, what had happened to me over a previous weekend, I received a call from a constituent in my town. And this individual is in hospice care, a couple of blocks away from City Hall. And this person has been with a lifelong partner forever. It seemed a long period of time, and he also didn't speak English. And so I got a call because he was in hospice, and he wanted to get married. So he called up the senator, and he said, could you basically come and help me out in this situation? I can't get there. And I offered to go to the clerk's office in order to represent him, get the paperwork, bring it to him, have it signed, the whole 9 yards. And when I went to the clerk's office, they said, well, state law and city law says you can't do that. And I looked at her and okay, fine, thank you. Then I came back and I said, well, what if I just bring him through an EMS? Because I think I could find somebody that'll pay for that. And the clerk said, well, Senator, you can do that, but I was wrong. It's only our office policy that doesn't allow this. And I said, so your office policy, this person's about to die. And your office policy, he's 2 blocks away. 2 blocks away. You can't do that? And so I said, okay, thank you very much. And then we looked for other resources. The town of Hudson actually came to the aid. More than 2 blocks away in a river. And so I just don't think, if there can be an accommodation for something like this, I just think this is a good thing to do. And I think that the clerk should have at least provided something. So that basically is what this amendment does. If either party is unable to appear in person, the city or town clerk shall accommodate the parties by authorizing a New Hampshire Justice of the Peace to act on behalf of the clerk, verifying the authenticity of information provided to the applicant's signature on the marriage application. The Justice of the Peace shall photograph all signed documents necessary for the issuance of a marriage license and documentation necessary of proof of identity. The Justice of the Peace shall send the documentation electronically to the clerk's office, where they shall be retained permanently and used for acceptable substitute for the person appearing in person. It's just a nice accommodation. I really got choked up when the clerk said it's just our office policy. So on behalf of that, I'm just asking, I did clarify, I did bring it before the original sponsor of this bill and to the committee to make sure that it would survive. And we have wonderful co-sponsors in this room right now on both sides of the aisle. And I just think this sends a nice message to the people that are indigent, that can't get out. Hey, we care on a bipartisan level. So with that, Mr. President, please vote for this.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1679. Further discussion? Any one of the wonderful sponsors want to speak? Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1130. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, House Bill 1241, an act prohibiting a school district from mandating COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1241 be referred to interim study. This bill prohibits school districts from mandating that students have a COVID-19 vaccination in order to attend school. The committee heard testimony that mandating an immunization of any kind is not within the authority of school districts, but falls under the authority of the Department of Health and Human Services. Given that this body passed Senate Bill 288 as a study committee to review the mandating of immunizations, including COVID-19, the committee felt that a motion of interim study was warranted. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asked for your support for the motion of refer to interim study on HB 1241. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on House Bill 1241. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion referred to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, House Bill 1379, an act relative to the Department of Health and Human Services rulemaking authority regarding immunization requirements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1379 be referred to interim study. This bill limits immunization requirements to those diseases identified in statute. The bill also provides the Commissioner of Health and Human Services with much less authority to include additional immunization requirement. It would have to be with the approval of the Health and Human Oversight Committee. The committee heard conflicting testimony over whether or not House Bill 1379 would actually provide additional transparency to the process of requiring immunization. The committee has heard repeatedly that the department has no intentions at the current time to move towards requiring COVID-19 vaccines for children and has not added any vaccines to the required list since the chickenpox vaccine was added in 2003, so this is not a process that will be employed in the near future. As such, the committee felt a motion of interim study, or at least a majority of us, was warranted so that the study committee that this body established in Senate Bill 288, which was sponsored by our friend from Nashua, can consider this process in its totality. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support of the motion for interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Bradley. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 1379. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, House Bill 1495 FN, an act prohibiting the state from requiring businesses to require vaccine or documentation related to vaccination or immunity status. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1495 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill prohibits the state of New Hampshire and its political subdivisions from requiring any business to require vaccination or documentation of vaccination or immunity, except for the state agencies certifying a medical facility or provider which is subject to a Medicare or Medicaid vaccination requirement under RSA 141C:20A1. The committee amendment adds a grammatical comma and a grammatical A to ensure the maximum clarity of the intention of HB 1495 FN and its impacts on facilities or providers under the CMS vaccination mandate. The committee heard testimony about impacts of government vaccination mandates and we've had on people's ability to find and hold employment. As long as the state cannot force all businesses to enforce a mandate, the free market will continue to provide solutions. HB 1495 FN imposes nothing on private businesses and only speaks to the state or its political subdivisions. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support and a motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1495. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ava. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1495. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill constrains the state of New Hampshire in political subdivisions. And if we've learned anything from COVID and this experience, is that we need every arrow in our quiver in public health to fight another pandemic or another significant surge of COVID. One of the big problems that we have is that we are starting with this bill and others to dismantle the very system that has protected our state during COVID, and we are disregarding the lessons that we've learned. We know that in the world right now, there are viral diseases like SARS and Ebola, which have a very high fatality rate, but they are more easily contained than COVID-19. So imagine a virus or a variant of COVID-19 that had the lethality of Ebola or SARS and the contagiousness of COVID-19. Just imagine. How many millions of people have died worldwide from a disease like COVID? And then imagine if that death rate were similar to what we saw in SARS and Ebola, which were more readily contained. What has COVID taught us? COVID has taught us the sources of spread. Our schools, our businesses, and our nursing homes and child care facilities, which are where our most vulnerable are. They also represent the foundations of a successful society. Think about the cost that we had from COVID. A very contagious, but not as lethal virus. Think of the lessons we've learned from COVID and its ability to change. We had Delta. Not quite as contagious, but really nasty if you got it. So many people in New Hampshire got sick with Delta and got really sick that our hospitals were bulging at the seams. Had to shut down parts of the hospitals, had to take them over. My hospital, they took over our outpatient surgery unit and used it for COVID patients. And remember, people who had other illnesses like heart disease, cancer, and others had to postpone time-critical therapy because of COVID. We know this. These are the lessons we've learned with COVID. So now, with this bill, we're saying, we've learned all this, but in the future, we know the future so well that we don't need this anymore. We don't need to be able to protect our public education, our children, We don't need to be able to protect our private nursing homes. They're businesses. We don't need to protect our private child care centers. They're businesses. And we don't need to protect our businesses and their customers and their employees. We don't need that. God forbid the inevitable happens in New Hampshire, and we've taken away one of our major arrows. We've taken away the ability of the experts in health and human services, with lots of oversight, to react quickly and decisively to protect our social and economic infrastructure from another pandemic. This bill does that. And by the way, there are more coming. And if this body does that, when we get to that point, when the inevitable pandemic or COVID once again surprises us, we're going to rue the day that we gave away one of our arrows. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1495. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think it's important to actually look at what the bill does. I think our friend from District 24 did a good job of summarizing, the impact on the public health system in New Hampshire during COVID. But the bill is a pretty simple bill. It just says the state is not going to require businesses to require a vaccine of their employees, okay? We're saying that the state is not going to tell a private business what to do. And I think that we have focused our debate on vaccines on something that is far different than what the narrow focus of this bill seeks to do. I'm always interested, especially in these contentious debates, about who comes to testify. And I'm going to give our legislative assistant, Cameron, a real shout out because his committee reports are excellent. So it's instructive, and anybody can look at the hearing report. There were a lot of people that signed up in opposition to the bill, no question about that. A lot of people signed up in support, but no one testified in opposition to the bill. I take that as something significant, but even more significant is what the Department of Health and Human Services said about this bill. And I'm going to quote it because it's important. John Williams, who is the Director of Legislative Affairs at the department, said the following, that the House Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee did a good job of getting House Bill 1495 to a place where the department would be comfortable. So I've said it many times, say it again. Fully vaxxed, fully boosted. I tell everyone that asks me for my opinion that they should talk to their physician, their nurse practitioner, their physician's assistant, and get medical advice as to whether or not they should have a vaccine. And quite frankly, most people have gotten the advice that they should, which is why New Hampshire has one of the higher rates of vaccinations of any state in the country. But we are not mandating people get vaccinated. We are not threatening people with the loss of their jobs if they don't get vaccinated. We're going to have a discussion in a couple of weeks about a couple of other bills where there are mandates and the implication of those mandates. But I don't think the state of New Hampshire needs to be telling private businesses that they should or should not tell their employees to get a vaccine. That is the prerogative, in my view, of the owner of the business, to do what they think is best to protect their business and their health, and not be subject to the kind of mandates that we have seen from our federal government. And that's why, given that the department said they would be comfortable with this bill, I would urge that we have a yes vote on ought to pass. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1495. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Bertzel. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. No. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel. Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Senator Bradley.
Calendar, House Bill 629, our colleague from District 15 was preparing a floor amendment and would like an opportunity to discuss that. It's not quite ready.
Without objection, House Bill 29 FN is special ordered to the end of today's calendar. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1335 FN, an act relative to the parole board and the procedure for medical parole of prisoners. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1335 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill revises the criteria necessary for determining if an inmate qualifies for medical patrol and revises the membership of the Adult Parole Board. The bill also renames the position of Executive Assistant to the Parole Board as the Parole Board Director of Operations to better reflect the position without a change in pay status. Ultimately, this bill will provide significantly more detailed framework for the medical parole process that is consistent with current medical practices and issues. Under this bill, there will be 3 categories for medical parole with criteria that must be met in order for an individual to qualify within each of those categories, making this no longer a one-size-fits-all process and will aid the Medical Parole Board work to recognize the complexity of care that medicine changes over time. This bill also only affects 3 to 4 individuals a year who are extremely ill. The committee amended the terminology back to prisoner in order to keep the language consistent throughout the statute. Therefore, the majority of the committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1335. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for their work on this really important bill. I do rise against the committee amendment and urge my colleagues to support the version that came over to us from the House before the committee amendment. Very briefly, the overall, this bill is a great bill, but very briefly, the original version of the bill used the term resident rather than the term prisoner. That's because the Department of Corrections changed their terminology a few years ago, and they were the ones who actually made the request in the original version of the bill to call them residents. In the hearing for this bill, the Department of Corrections testified that the use of the term prisoner was found to be derogatory and even disrespectful. They testified that referring to them as residents shows respect, and in corrections, respect goes a long way. The Department of Corrections also said to us that if they respect residents, they respect them in return, and that makes a peaceful, productive, professional, and safe relationship. They also testified that this terminology is more than just semantics, it's important for public safety. So I would ask that we vote down the committee amendment and respect the language requested by our own Department of Corrections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Whitley. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1335. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1343, an act allowing limited legal services to be provided by certain paraprofessionals. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1343 ought to pass with amendment. This bill allows certain legal paraprofessionals to provide limited legal services in the state. As amended, this bill will institute a 2-year pilot program where qualified paralegals working under the authority of a licensed and insurance attorney will be able to represent clients in civil family matters, landlord-tenant matters, and domestic violence matters before the circuit court. We are all deeply aware of the crisis we are facing as a state when it comes to a lack of available legal representation, especially for our low-income residents. These residents are further disadvantaged on civil matters as individuals are not afforded the right to have representation in those cases. However, these cases are often not small matters, but instead instances of life-altering events, such as evictions, domestic violence, or child custody, and yet they are standing there alone in unfamiliar territory without the benefit of representation. With this pilot program, properly trained, experienced, and supervised paraprofessionals will be able to stand with these individuals, lessening the access to justice gap and benefiting not only those they represent, but all involved in the justice system. The committee amended the bill to adjust the effective date appropriately and to require the Supreme Court provide a report on the program at the conclusion of the 2 years. As a matter of justice, fairness, and compassion, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1343. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Kahn with a question on the committee amendment? Senator Gannon, did you want to speak on the amendment? Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look around, not because I'm channeling our president, who sometimes seems disorganized, but what I want to say is I'm looking at the scales of justice. Sort of like Senator from District 20 looked at the pictures of our founding fathers on the other side of the wall a few weeks ago. And the idea of the scales of justice is that they're balanced and even. And this bill is a well-meaning bill. Right now, pro se litigants are not getting the help they deserve. Bad thing, and I agree with that. But the answer isn't shooting for, this bill at best is shooting for low mediocrity, maybe a C-. So I don't look at C- justice for low-income individuals as being equal justice. We have to do better. What I'm saying is, in medicine, if you want to be a physician's assistant, you need 4 years plus 2. You need to be a nurse practitioner. I believe you have to have the 4-year nursing degree and 2. This bill is going to allow someone, a 20-year-old kid, I have 20-year-old kids who are very smart, and they don't even have to, with this bill, have a background in law. As long as they took a law-related course or 2, they're going to stand alongside you and decide whether you lose your house, whether you have custody of your children, and I think New Hampshire, we can do better. I think this bill, the well-meaning, shot too low and isn't shooting for the best. And I would suggest we defeat the bill and come back and do something better next year. I just, again, think I don't want us to be the live free or have mediocre justice for the poor state. I want everyone having equal and good justice, and this bill is aiming too low. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator again. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you can tell by the committee, four of us thought this was a great idea. We're very lucky that we have a number of paralegal programs here in the state, and one of the reasons why this bill came forward is because we have a lot of pro se people in court, just regular people who are representing themselves, and quite frankly, they don't do very well up against attorneys. To be able to get some legal advice from a paralegal, the court system felt would be very, very helpful. They're under the supervision of attorneys, so you don't have these folks doing their own thing. And quite frankly, this is going to help the backlog that we have in our court system today. As we all know, because of COVID, our courts were shut down for a period of time, and they're now starting to get back up, and they're behind. And so being able to do this will help go forward. And my colleague from District 15 handed me a note and said this was supported by the Chief Justice. Chief Justice McDonald came in and spoke with us about how important this was and how they would really like to have this. So please join me and the rest of the Judiciary Committee in supporting the ought to pass. And I do have a floor amendment, Mr. President, which I will present at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Gaida with a question.
The senator from District 14.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Did the committee look at the difference between the courses taken by attorneys studying to receive their license as a lawyer versus paraprofessionals getting their licenses as a paraprofessional?
Thank you for the question, Senator. No, we did not.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the committee amendment. Senator Sherman with a question of?
The senator from District 15.
Senator Whitley.
Senator Whitley, I'm just looking at the bill, and it says the paraprofessional has either a bachelor's degree, which is a 4-year degree, an associate's degree in a law-related field, and at least 2 years of work experience. Aren't they, so they've got a pretty strong background, but aren't they also under the supervision of an attorney throughout these limited cases and in limited jurisdictions?
Thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. There's rigorous requirements for supervision under the attorney's license. And I will also point out that this pilot program was developed with the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Chief Justice was involved, and New Hampshire legal assistants. And so New Hampshire legal assistants, they have 20 lawyers, some of the best trained lawyers, I think, in the state. And so it will be paralegals working under New Hampshire legal assistants. And just also to be clear, we're talking about civil cases here, not criminal cases. So there's not issues of liberty. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gannon with a question. Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer amendment number 1685S and be allowed to speak to it.
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 1685 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think when we did this, one of the things we looked at were the dates of when this pilot program was going to start. And I think we messed it up a little bit, and thank goodness Jenny, our committee secretary, caught it. So the amendment reflects what the committee really wanted to do. It says section 1, part 1, it says section 2 of this act shall take effect in January versus July of 2025, which is actually the repeal of the program. And then the remainder of this act shall take effect in January 1st, 2023. So they will get a full 2 years to implement this program. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1685. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1343. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1360 FN, an act relative to penalties for controlled drug violations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator French for the committee.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1360 FM be interim studied. This bill would change the penalty for certain Schedule 1, 2, 3, and 4 drug offenses. All members of the committee are deeply aware of and concerned about the current drug crisis we are faced with as a state and a country. Furthermore, the committee recognizes that at times we must examine and adjust our laws and policies when necessary to best support people in need of help while doing our best to ensure public safety. During the hearing on this bill, the committee heard significant testimony that although the concept of the bill had merit, its approach is so sweeping that it would be detrimental to our efforts to combat this crisis. Therefore, the majority of the committee asks for your support in the motion of interim study, giving this issue more time to be refined on House Bill 1360 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator French. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully rise against the committee recommendation of interim study. This bill makes small, precise changes to our drug crime statutes. HB 1360 as amended would reduce first-time possession. And I want to be clear, we're talking about first-time possession, transportation, or use of controlled drugs from a Class B felony to an unclassified misdemeanor and subsequent violations from a Class A to a Class B felony. Importantly, this bill would prioritize drug treatment and rehabilitation over punitive sentencing for the first-time simple drug possession. Study after study shows us that prison and jail does not solve addiction. This bill recognizes this reality and allows Granite Staters accused for the first time on drug charges to get them the help that they need. Using prison to solve drug dependence issues does not solve the problem. Instead, it only exacerbates it. Collateral consequences of a felony conviction are extremely significant. They limit people from being able to rejoin their communities and make it more difficult for individuals to secure housing, meaningful education, and gainful employment. These issues only increase the likelihood that individuals will re-enter the criminal justice system. Other states that have defelonized simple drug possession have seen significant decreases in their felony filings, decrease in arrest numbers, and decreases in their prison population with little to no negative impact on public safety. Members of this body are well aware that New Hampshire does not have limitless money, prosecutors, public defenders, judges, and prison and jail space. By passing HB 1360, New Hampshire's criminal justice can instead focus our precious resources on higher level crimes while investing in lower cost, more effective alternatives to incarceration. For decades, this country sought to solve drug use and crime through lengthy incarceration. Federally and at the state level, drug sentences and fines steadily increased for decades under the belief that eventually we would find the number of years in prison that it took to deter crime. But the research is clear, my friends. Harsh sentences and incarceration in general are not effective ways to deter crime. First-time drug possession should not result in a lifelong setback. Let's focus on more effective measures to treat substance use disorders and get Granite Staters back on their feet. For these reasons, I would ask my colleagues to vote no on the committee recommendation of interim study so that I may make an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Senator Gannon with a question.
Senator who's just speaking, whose number I can't see.
Senator
15.
Whitley.
15. Just a quick question, Senator, and I understand your rehabilitation goals, but we talked with police about carfentanil. Now, like a grain of this could kill. So are you going to reduce sentences for people with fentanyl, and these highly dangerous drugs? Are you including those in what you want to do?
Thank you for the question.
Thank
So all controlled drugs are included, yes. But the reality is that this bill still gives prosecutors full discretion to charge what they feel is necessary. So if there is an amount of fentanyl that they feel is inappropriate, they don't have to charge with simple possession. They can charge something else.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Kahn with a question?
No, to speak, Mr. President. I rise to explain that I will be voting against the interim study motion. It is something I voted in favor for in the committee, but I think that the penalties that are required in the current statute are an overreach. I think the allowing for a misdemeanor and a higher charge, if that is determined appropriate by a prosecutor, is an appropriate thing for us to adopt. So I agree with my colleague from District 15. This is not a bill that needs interim study. This is a bill that I think we're ready to vote, and I would like that opportunity to introduce and ought to pass, or to hear that introduced, and have the opportunity to vote in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kahn. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 1360. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Carson, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Polka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of referred interim study is adopted 17-7. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1425 FN, an act relative to taking of real property by eminent domain. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1425 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would modify the power of the governor and council to take private property during states of emergency and would modify the calculation of compensation paid for such takings. There is confusion regarding what this language would actually apply to, as the bill states that it does not apply to personal property, real estate, or real estate improvements. The committee did not hear any significant testimony about what the bill would impact or that there were any pressing need for this, as the statute was not evoked even during the pandemic. The state already has a significant and robust regulations regarding eminent domain and compensation for the taking of property, and therefore the committee recommends that the bill not move forward and asks for your support in the motion of an inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1425 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the pending motion. Our duty as a legislature, in many instances, requires us to define the boundaries between constitutional authorities and statutes and the private rights of our citizens. That's the case with this bill, House Bill 1425, as introduced. It does not modify the conditions and the compensation. It defines them. It's a big difference. Current law states, for example, that the claimant shall be entitled to damages on account of such taking. What the amendment does is it says shall be entitled to replacement costs, compensation for loss of use, and attorney and administrative fees needed in filing the claim on account of such taking. We go from a very vague definition of damages to a very specific. And I submit that that would also help the state in more clearly defining the definition of the harm that's been done to a citizen whose property has been taken. It also says that the commission that's appointed by the court, shall determine what sum shall justly compensate the claimant for the property so taken, and then goes on to further define it, for loss of use of the property so taken, for attorney and administrative fees needed in filing the claim, and then goes on to continue the language of the current statute. It also says that takings under this section shall be strictly limited to the necessities of the situation, and adds, and when there is a documented inability to obtain alternative resources, requiring the state to look around and see if there's another way than taking someone's property. So I support this bill, and I would ask you to do the same, overturn the motion that's pending, and let's give a better job of defining the conditions under which the personal properties and real estate of our citizens can be taken. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1425. The roll call has been requested by Senator Gaida, seconded by Senator Avard. Senate is in recess. Requested on House Bill 1425. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 20-4. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1221 FN, an act relative to the rate of business profits tax. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1221 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill lowers the rate of the business profits tax from 7.6% to 7.5%. With the committee amendment, it also provides for a one-time payment by the state of an amount equal to 7.5% of the required political subdivision employer contributions made to the state retirement system for Group 1 teachers and Group 2 members for all New Hampshire towns and cities. The amendment clearly stipulates that it is the intent of the legislature that this is a one-time appropriation of the state surplus funds to municipalities, and its intended use is the reduction of local property taxes. I ask for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The chair rules that sections of the amendment are non-germane. Without objection, Senate Rule 3-17 is suspended to allow consideration of the non-germane amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to divide the question on the committee amendment, number 1528. The first vote I would ask would be on sections 3 and 7 of the amendment, and then the second on the remainder.
Thank you, Senator Susie. The chair ruled the question is divisible. The first vote is on sections 3 and 7. Discussion on sections 3 and 7. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Roll call has been requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaeta. You're voting on sections 3 and 7. The clerk will call the roll on sections 3 and 7.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaeta.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray. Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. No. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No?
Senator Reagan. Yes. Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel. Yes. Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14-10. The motion is adopted. The second vote is on the remainder of the committee amendment and the effective date. Discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I do not rise to oppose this amendment. I'll be voting for it, but I do want to speak a little bit about what I see as its shortcomings. First of all, I have long been a supporter of restoring the state's commitment to help pay for the employer portion of the retirement system. The state maintained its participation over decades until 2011. And since that time, cities and towns enticed to participate in the New Hampshire retirement system by the promise of state aid to help pay for it have literally had to add millions of dollars to local property tax bills because the state reneged on its promise. The late House Democratic leader, Rennie Cushing, filed legislation term after term to restore a portion of this cost. And this year, sadly, he did not live to see his bill pass the House and make its way over the wall to the Senate. Last year, I filed legislation to restore 15% of the cost as a state obligation, but the majority said it was too expensive. So I proposed reducing the portion to 5%, but the majority still said it was too expensive. So this amendment will restore 7.5% for 1 year. And it has a catchy title, the Property Tax Relief Act of 2022. I'd like to acknowledge the senator from District 20 who gave one of his property tax reduction bills the same title last year. It will give a 1-year infusion of cash that might result in slightly lower tax bills in December. It might also result in actually zero property tax relief because there's no requirement that the money be used to lower taxes. And we know from our experience last year when my bill to pay 5% of the employer cost of the retirement system was too expensive, that there is no commitment from the majority to restore the state's obligation to property taxpayers on this issue. And it's just not responsible fiscal policy. Cities and towns need predictability and sustainability, not cuts 1 year with a built-in tax hike the next year. So let's vote for this amendment, which I'm going to, because the state should be helping to pay for the municipal workers in the state retirement system, as we promised at the beginning. But let's understand that if there is any property tax relief in this amendment, it's a one-time reduction with a built-in increase to property taxes after the election. We need instead to commit to helping property taxpayers on an ongoing basis. That's predictable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, like Senator Rosenwald, I rise in support of the remainder of this amendment on behalf of cities and towns. You know, having crafted 4 municipal budgets as a city councilor, I know that the ways that our state is not fulfilling its promises to pay its share of our retirement system contributions do impact our residents. They do result in higher property taxes. In Portsmouth, as of the last budget I did, it was over $20 million since 2012. So this is, I'm sure, going to be welcome relief, as Senator Rosenwald said, for 1 year. But we really should be working to do this for our residents for the long term, to take care of our cities and towns, to fulfill the promises we made as a state, and to make sure that we are doing that in the spirit of our late colleague, Representative Rennie Cushing, who fought for a long time on this issue. I'm glad we can at least partially honor his memory in this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Polk. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I too rise in support of the balance of this amendment, and I do so on behalf of a dear friend and a colleague that we've recently lost, Representative Rennie Cushing. Representative Cushing's bill, unlike this amended version, I think really encapsulates what this issue is all about. The finding section in his bill says, "This act renews a promise made by the state to municipalities and restores the state's contribution of a portion of retirement costs of teachers, firefighters, and local police. Its purpose is to help ease the local property tax burden, provide property tax relief to the cities and towns, and enhance public education and public safety." You know, House Bill 1417 is sort of like the little engine that could. It keeps persisting and persisting. When I was looking at the docket, I was shocked to see this bill went through 7 separate roll call votes in the House. 7. How many bills actually do that? It went to one committee, it went to the Finance Committee, it came to the floor, it was reconsidered, they tried to table it. And each time, like the little engine, it kept building more steam until finally it passed the House on a 186 to 159 vote. And I really think it's very much like our dear friend and colleague, Representative Cushing, a person who continuously persisted and continually worked to bring more people along and to pick up steam and to bring an issue across the finish line. And I think it's really important that we're here today, carrying on his legacy and carrying on his work. So I encourage all of my colleagues to please vote in support of the balance of this amendment and to live up to the state's promise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's always interesting when there's criticism of what's likely to be a 24-0 vote. And to our resident historian from District 20, who always loves to talk about things that have happened in the past, where did this come from? It was in Governor Lynch's budget that was proposed, 11 years ago, that the retirement subsidy would no longer be paid to cities and towns. That's where it came from. Now, we have heard about responsible fiscal policy and how somehow this is not responsible fiscal policy. My friends that just voted against Section 3, that's the irresponsible fiscal policy, the fiscal policy that has created a record high inflation in this country, a 40-year high. It's created New Hampshire families struggling to pay home heating costs, fill their gas tanks, put food on their table, and all of the other inflationary problems. A myriad of factors have gone into that irresponsible fiscal policy coming from our nation's capital. Too much money, chasing too few goods, severe restrictions on domestic energy production, spending bill after spending bill. We see the results. And you have to look at those results versus the results that we've created through responsible fiscal management. Record surpluses that come from making New Hampshire more competitive, more business friendly. And now an opportunity recognizing the inflationary pressures and high energy costs that our friends and neighbors are facing around this state, an opportunity to do something about it. And I'm glad that all 24 of us are going to vote for it, but what gives us the opportunity to vote for it? It's the responsible budgeting that our friends on the Finance Committee, led by our able chair, over several different budget cycles have established for New Hampshire, that have built these surpluses that allow us to do it. Now, looking ahead, I hope that we can continue to do this. Some of us have really fought hard for property tax relief in this room. Our friend from District 9, that was also the little engine that could. And Senate Bill 99 has become law, and millions of dollars from rooms and meals revenue sharing are going back to cities and towns. $100 million reduction in the statewide property tax, $30 million more for counties. $29 million more for counties. That was part of HB 2. Our friend from District 1's education funding bill for stabilization. Our friend from District 19, her education stabilization policies. These all have helped property taxpayers, but we've done it responsibly. We've done it when we know that we can pay the state's bills, so we have to pay for things like mental health, substance abuse, families with disabled children, DCYF, the responsibilities that we have to make sure that we have. So responsible fiscal policy allows us to do this. And if a 40-year high in inflation and record high energy prices and looming interest rates, which is what we see coming at us from Washington, if they don't send us into a recession, which an awful lot of economists think is going to happen, I'm going to be standing here next year if we're generating these kind of surpluses, if I have the ability to be here next year, God willing, and advocating for more of this property tax relief in the future. But doing it responsibly when it's affordable is what's first and foremost. And so, while we're all going to vote for this and feel good about it, let's not forget what allows us to do it. It's responsible budgeting versus irresponsible budgeting that we see in our nation's capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is great that all 24 of us are likely to vote in favor of this. What I marvel at is how we can have different versions of history and different versions of reality among colleagues. I think when we look at inflation, the part that my friend from District 3 forgot is a guy named Putin. Cost of energy. Cost of inflation, COVID, supply chain. Not all of it, for sure. But let's not take things in isolation. Big surplus. We've received over $2 billion in federal funding thanks to our federal delegation, Senators Hassan, Shaheen, Congressman Pappas, Congresswoman Custer. But we're here in New Hampshire, in the State House, and we have a reality that we all share that we have to deal with. So here we are passing a permanent reduction to the business profits tax, mostly benefiting out-of-state large corporations. And we're passing a one-time possible benefit to property tax, which would benefit the vast majority of New Hampshire residents and the vast majority of our businesses. Maybe we should flip that. Maybe we should embrace Rennie's bill. By the way, we have the opportunity to do that because it's finally made it to the Senate. That's what I would call responsible practice of fiscal duty. And that's where we take care of the vast majority of New Hampshire residents who pay property taxes, the businesses that pay property taxes, and make sure that we put them first. We have done a series of corporate tax cuts. We have not done a series of property tax cuts. We have seen property taxes rise. We now have the third highest property tax burden in the country. So let's get the reality back to here. What can we do right here, right now, to help the largest portion of New Hampshire residents and businesses? So I will be voting for this because that will be coming through this property tax relief. But I would love to see it made sustainable so that we're both honoring our pledge to our towns and cities and also honoring and giving back to the people who are giving to us and to the state every day, the property taxpayers of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Whitley.
To the next amendment. Hold.
Okay. Senator Guy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Energy dependence was created by the current administration. Energy costs. I filled up my heating oil 2 weeks ago. 219 gallons, $1,212.61. Okay. I went to the grocery store. Two-tiered cart. Upper cart has a small square. Fill that up with regular groceries. Vegetables, soups, other things. $182. Why? The fuel, the trucks, the diesel. 90% of our goods and are provided over the road by diesel trucks. We reduced the business profits tax to fulfill a promise we made to businesses years ago, down to 7.5%. As has been repeatedly demonstrated over the last 6 years that I've been in this body, when we reduce taxes, state revenues increase, and they continue to increase. And they increased through the recession after much criticism of President Trump's Tax Cut and Jobs Act, saying that it was the repatriation that was an anomaly. That's false. Okay. Those funds, partially from repatriation, but when you talk to DRA, with whom I speak almost weekly, okay, the anomaly did not drive the surpluses that we have today. Those surpluses came from solid tax policy and good business practices as we set the environment for businesses to flourish. I'm really tired of hearing the criticism of multinational corporations that provide tens of thousands of good-paying jobs and benefits, including family medical leave, for most of their employees who reside in our state and are glad to be here. They pay the large bulk of our business profits tax. They also provide the bulk of our excess revenues. Revenues that are going to be spent for one-time property tax relief because we've implemented tax cuts, and even as we're optimistic with where they will take us static, we don't know what this economy is going to do. But most of the predictions I've seen are saying we're headed for a recession. Okay. So we feel that 7.5% is good. We do not feel that a permanent imposition of that size of an obligation, given the tax cuts that we have, which continue to produce increased revenue, but given the economic conditions created by this administration that are destroying family finances, driving heating oil, which is very important in New Hampshire, as you know, driving the cost of fuel, okay, et cetera, were caused by the Biden administration. I would cite a Wall Street Journal chart that shows that the beginning of the increase of inflation happened with the change of administrations. Now, you can have your own opinions, but you can't have your own facts, and that's fact. We've done the responsible thing with this. If a 7.5% permanent restoration of revenue sharing for property tax relief was implemented, we would be irresponsible given the current economic conditions and the uncertainty of the national economy going forward. Spending to that degree, with as much spending has been proposed, would definitely lead us towards an income tax. I might add that such a ploy was cleverly attempted a few years ago, and that we managed to defeat that. Mr. President, we are doing the right thing here. We are doing the responsible thing for budgeting as a member of Finance, as the chair of Ways and Means, and as a member of Fiscal. Okay. I will state for the record that this body and this legislature is doing a very good job of managing the economy. We can't manage Washington, but we sure as hell can manage the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Back to the communities. Senator Gannon, you have a question? Senator Gaida.
Just two quick questions. I won't be long, and they are New Hampshire related, Mr. President. Just a couple of misstatements that I heard earlier. The business profit tax. I've read in the Josiah Bartlett newsletter that 90% of the tax goes back to New Hampshire businesses. Am I in the ballpark of a correct number?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator.
90% of the taxes that we're returning are going to go back to New Hampshire businesses, not out-of-state businesses.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then for the overall tax burden, the senator from District 24 was talking about property tax burden, but he failed to look at the overall picture, which is overall taxes, that being we have no income, no sales, no excise taxes. So when you put those in, we're no longer one of the top 3 taxing states. In fact, we're one of the lower taxing states if you average those all together. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I think that the majority leader asked that crucial question, what gives us the opportunity? How did we get here? And I think that's a good discussion. We know that the states around the country are awash with revenues. You can look at the National Caucus of Legislators, or you can look at the CSG reports on this, or wherever you want to go. And you see that states are all around the country are awash in revenues right now. And one might ask, how did we get here? I remember in the African proverb that says that don't say your mother's soup is the best unless you've tasted the soup of other mothers. And I'm glad New Hampshire's doing well. I'm glad our revenues are up. But let's also consider that a lot of other states have pretty good soup as well. I could note that, yesterday a bill was signed in Maine to give an $850 check to every resident. Or in Massachusetts, like $1 billion into schools, childcare, other things as well. I mean, states make choices, right? So I'm glad we're in this situation. So the question is the choices here with the business tax and what we do here. And, I think it's important to note why the economy right now is so strong. I mean, some folks could look to a couple budgets ago with Senator from District 20, some change of the code. But let's think about what happened here in the last couple of years. We brought $10.6 billion into the state from federal sources. We brought $6 billion into New Hampshire entities, public and private, and of grant funding, and $10.7 billion loan, payroll protection, individual assistance, unemployment, $10.7 billion to the state. That boosted our economy. I think it saved parts of our economy as well. And McCain keeps this list of the allocation for federal funds. And so why do the opportunity now? Well, $3.1 billion went in to keep our families healthy and in their houses and working. The schools got $800 million. Boy, that helped the local property taxpayer, huh? Child care, $100 million, $250 million for workers. And by goodness, we saved the hospitals, right? $600 million. We saved our hospitals. A lot of people working there, a lot of revenues coming out of those folks that work there. It's a 5-page list, but let me note what we did for small businesses. Talk about business profits taxes. We put, about $10 billion into the PPP, right? And all that did. I mean, remember 2 years ago when the phones were ringing off the hook of businesses? I got to lay off my people. Can I get that loan? Can you connect me with the bank? Well, we had the money because of the money that came in from the federal government. Now, we've had some mention, too, about a lot of politics here. And I will say, Mr. President, that I was a little surprised to see this bill come through with language that really I'm used to seeing on a political flyer. Now, I know it's 2022, I know it's an election year, but usually when I say that language, it's in a flyer and I have a place, right, recycling bin, I can put these in. But here it is going into state bill. And I think it's a little discouraging, but there we are. And I guess I'll just remind folks, because it's been brought up previously in debate, that all of the pandemic funding in the last couple of years is 2% of the GDP. 2%. So if you think 2% of the GDP is running inflation, you might want to check your old macroeconomics textbook about that. I will say as well that there is some reference to where the economy has gone since this administration came in. And I'm personally not surprised the economy is booming. Record job growth, record GDP growth. And I'll just note, if history was mentioned, that if you go back to the 1950s, under Democratic administrations, faster rate of job growth and faster GDP. And oh, by the way, you go back to the 1950s, higher deficit spending under Republicans than under Democrats. And I will note, too, we're on course with a $350 billion reduction in the deficit in the first quarter for a $1.3 trillion deficit reduction this year. Now, a hot economy is what we have. Inflation is painful. It hurts us. We've had statements about, oil and gas. And yeah, it is painful. But let's remember some of the choices made that got us to this place. Back in the 1990s, all the refineries on the Texas coast spent tens of billions of dollars redoing their refineries to deal with sour crude, right? Lots of sulfur in it. And that's what they were ready for. And the sour crude, it's Venezuela, it's Iran, it's the Middle East, it's Russia. Then the fracking revolution comes along. And guess what? It's sweet crude. They can't refine it all. That's why we've been exporting oil, right? Because we have to send it overseas to refineries that can take that. Now, wonder why we're talking to Venezuela and Iran again? Wonder why? Sour crude. We can get it from our refineries, can do it. It's complicated is all I'm trying to say. We need these gas prices to go down, and there we are. You know, it's a tough problem, and it is hurting the economy. Let's not forget how strong that the economy is. Now, let me just conclude by mentioning this. You know, I'm remembering, I knew Eldris Bertha, the last Eldris at the Canterbury Shaker Village, and she told a story to me about what happened once back in the 30s and 40s when times were tough on farms in Canterbury. And the Shakers, you may know, had very extensive community gardens. They fed their whole community there, and they sold the produce. And some of the Shaker brothers and sisters came in and said to the elders that people are coming at night and stealing their vegetables. They're taking them away. And they discovered that some people were hungry families. But then there are other people who were taking it and then selling it as if they had raised it. And when the elders were asked what should we do, their answer was plant a bigger garden. And I think that that's what we're seeing now. So Democrats have done, planted a bigger garden. I'm glad we got this money. I'm going to vote for this. But I do wish the politics had been left out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley.
President, I also have to rise to ground us in facts and ground us in New Hampshire facts. There's been a lot of talk about reductions in property taxes, but I look at my property tax bill, I hear from my neighbors, it is not reduced. I don't see any of that. And with the majority in past 2 years, I haven't seen any cuts in property taxes. But what I do know is something that I read from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. This is an organization that we all respect deeply for their nonpartisan work. And they said in a briefing on March 30th, 2022, from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, they said that reductions in New Hampshire's business rate taxes have not generated enough activity to offset associated revenue losses. And they also said prior rate reductions did not actually boost New Hampshire's economy. So to say that the work on reducing taxes for our larger businesses, the work that didn't go into my pocket, didn't go into low-income families, didn't actually boost New Hampshire's economy. Those are facts. Thank you, Mr. President.
D'Alessandro.
President. I want everybody to take a deep breath. We've had a lot of noise here, and let's bring it down to the level. See the lights go off and on? The lights have just gone on. The light has just been brought in on the subject matter. So everybody pay attention, and I'm going to give you a little bit of historical from my perspective. The Honorable Senator from District 3 gave you a brilliant iteration of everything from his perspective. I will give you the opposite from my perspective. And I have been here longer than he has. So let's look at this. When we built the budget, and we all build great budgets, I'm proud of the budgets that we build. But you know, Senator, we forgot to fund foster grandparents. I funded it, but it wasn't funded in the next budget. Foster grandparents, we forgot to fund foster grandparents. Home care, health care services, we forgot to fund that. We forgot to fund that. But what did we do? We gave a reduction to business taxes. Now, it's important. We want businesses to thrive. We want businesses to go. But at one time, we gave $20 million a year back to the municipalities to abate their property taxes. we sort of reinstituted revenue sharing, which had, you're right, it had been suspended, but we brought it back. But it disappeared. It was like a dream. Okay, it was a good dream, and then we had the bad dream. We took it away. Why did we do that? So we could lower business taxes. Okay, but the businesses didn't need lower taxes. They're doing very well. We're hiring a lot of people. We got a very low unemployment rate, so a lot of people are working. Businesses are showing tremendous profits, right? It's manifested itself in our income. So why are we continuing to lower taxes? What about the future? Where's the future? Remember, Senator from District 3, in 1998, when we increased the business taxes? We increased them. And why? Because we had an education problem and we wanted to solve it. So we increased the business profits tax and we increased the business enterprise tax, and we dedicated that money to education reform. That portion remains. But as you lower the taxes, that portion shrinks. And we have an education problem. And that education problem is going to continue. Our effort to make things better should include the effort, not the rhetoric. Not the rhetoric. The example is in how we present a program that aids people. Do an extrapolation of where we're going to be 3 to 5 years out by reducing these business taxes. We're not going to have money. We're not going to have any money. And if we ever reduce the business enterprise tax lower, we wouldn't have a dime going to the general fund. It would all be going to the quote unquote mystical education trust, which doesn't exist. It's a myth. So please, think about these things as we vote. Think about the positives that we can do and think about how we're going to get there together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Further discussion? Senator Guida.
I'll be brief. Tax cuts we implement help both large and small businesses. We also reduce the business enterprise tax. Okay. The Fiscal Policy Institute wants an income tax. It's not a secret. They propose and they support an income tax. With all due respect to the dean, past is prologue. This is today. We're dealing with the realities of today, the economic conditions set in the market that is essentially defined by policies in Washington, right? And we are doing a really good job at taking care of our state. Property taxes, believe it or not, are a local issue. If your property taxes are too high, then you go to your school district and you go to your town meeting and you vote accordingly. It's up to you to reduce your property taxes. It's not a state obligation. It's your obligation as a citizen. We did it in our town. Croydon did it in their town. So at the end of the day, what we're doing is giving a lot of money back to towns, 150 plus million, 300 more last year, whatever. So we're giving lots of money back to towns. And we are helping to reduce those property taxes, providing that those towns utilize that money to do that and not to support other initiatives. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Question? Say your inquiry.
Are we voting on the balance of the committee amendment, which deals with a contribution by the state to retirement?
The second vote is on the remainder of the committee amendment and the effective date, which I think you've stated properly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Are we ready for the question? Roll call was by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Gaida. Okay, everyone understand where we are because you're going to be doing it twice. So you're voting on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. It's a roll call. The committee amendment. You'll be doing the other in a minute.
Senator Hennessy. Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley. Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Polka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. That was a strong debate, 24-0. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1221. Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to divide the question on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1221. The first vote to be on sections 1, 3, and 7, and the second vote on the remainder of the bill.
Everyone understand where we are? We built a nice piece of legislation. Now we're voting on it. The first vote is on sections 1, 3, and 7. Senator Avard requested a roll call. Senator Gaida seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Polka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
And Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14-10. You've adopted sections 1, 3, and 7. The second vote is on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. Senator Susie requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Avard. The vote is on the second vote is on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan. Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Polka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon. Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion on the remainder of the bill and the effective date as amended is adopted 24-0, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance so we can do it again. We're now on the consent calendar items. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1398, an act establishing a committee to study the feasibility of centralized criminal history records checks in education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes a committee to study the feasibility of centralized criminal history records check in education. The study committee would review the complexities that result in a redundant criminal history checking standards that backlog the background check process at the state level. Additionally, the various settings in which the criminal history check can be required in education. Federal background checks must go to a government agency and not to the employer. A school board could be considered a government agency in this case. Over the years, the Department of Education realized that they have a role in the criminal history check process, and they do not want to issue license to folks who are unemployable. The committee adopted an amendment to change the effective date to November 1, 2023. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Are you ready for the question? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senators in recess.
Commission will study how other states handle the assessing of power generation facilities and utility transmission for property tax purposes. We'll also recommend a unified approach be utilized by both the Department of Revenue Administration and municipalities, which should include confidential data reporting requirements by the power generation companies for the methodology chosen. The committee respectfully asks that you vote no on the committee amendment because the committee amendment, like the bill previously heard, was redundant of language that already exists in the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. You've defeated the committee amendment. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? We're now at the ought to pass motion. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass on House Bill 410. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The ought to pass motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1187, an act relative to milk pasteurization. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters or Avard? Senator Avard.
Table.
Motion is to table. All in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You've tabled House Bill 1187. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1448, an act relative to predetermined hair statute. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
President, this bill will clarify the statute regarding when the children of a testator should receive a portion of the estate when they are not mentioned in the will. Children that were born after the will was written or that the testator believed were dead will, under this language, be entitled to a portion of the estate, requiring testators to be more explicit in their will drafting when in looking to exclude a child from benefiting from the estate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Carson, the motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I'd like to move amendment number 1583S and be allowed to speak to it.
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 1583S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment just simply makes a correction that was requested of the committee. It's in paragraph 3, and it says neither subparagraph 2A or B shall apply if it appears from the will that the omission was intentional. We were requested to change it from Roman 1 to Roman 2, and that's all that the amendment does. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1583. Any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1448. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senator Susi.
Recess.
Senate is in recess. Senate will come out of recess. Without objection in judiciary, House Bill 629 will be special ordered to the next session day. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1609 FN, an act relative to certain provisions of the Fetal Life Protection Act requiring an ultrasound examination. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides an exception from the prohibition on abortion after 24 weeks in case of fetal abnormalities incompatible with life and construes the ultrasound requirement for purposes of determining the gestational age of the fetus. The committee continues to support the clarification of the ultrasound requirement as it has earlier this year. Further, the committee listened to the people from across this state who reached out on this matter and believes in the need to address the tragic situations that some families are faced with when there is a diagnosis of a fetal anomaly incompatible with life. Although more discussion and clarification may be necessary following the upcoming Supreme Court decision, this bill is an important amendment to the Fetal Protection Act. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Bertzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 2022-1680S, and I would like to speak to this amendment.
Senator Bertzel offers floor amendment 1680 and may speak to her amendment.
I understand the intent of this bill, and I really don't disagree with it. And I understand that these are major issues, and I do think that the state needs to deal with these. However, in reading the hearing report, I found that for me, there were more questions than answers. I also found that there were concerns expressed by Dr. Danielle Elboshies from the New Hampshire Medical Society and Matt Hood from Dartmouth-Hitchcock. Their concerns were basically if a doctor induces labor and the baby was born dead or dies as a result of that action, this could be construed as an abortion. So this amendment was developed to try and relieve some of those concerns. What this does is this amendment incorporates the ultrasound language, but in the case of an unborn baby who has been diagnosed with an abnormality incompatible with life, it allows a mother and the doctor to make the decision to induce if the diagnosis is correct. Then it allows the baby to die in the mother's arms rather than through the violent action of an abortion. So I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bertzel. Further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the body to reject this, our amendment. It makes substantial changes to the bill, which had unanimous support in the Judiciary Committee. There are really only two people who should make such heartbreaking and gut-wrenching decisions, the patient and the doctor. We have not given the medical community the opportunity to evaluate this language and understand the impact of a significant change. And I truly worry that it would only cause harm to the people who are looking at us right now for clarity. The amendment is confusing. It lacks compassion, and it doesn't solve the complexity of providing care for a patient with a fatal fetal diagnosis. The amendment before us does not address any sort of clarification. It only adds to the confusion by attempting to dictate one specific type of procedure, but using non-medical terms. The underlying bill is a good bill. It has tremendous support from the strong bipartisan majority in the House, from the unanimous vote of the Judiciary Committee, and from the governor. We've heard from countless medical providers who support 1609 because it mitigates some of the harm of the newly enacted abortion ban. And we've heard from women and families who shared their stories bravely of their own personal loss. Many of us have been deeply moved by the situation of real Granite Staters like Lisa, who's currently at Dartmouth waiting to deliver her twins, knowing she will only be able to bring one of them home with her. The limited exemption in this amendment would exclude Lisa and patients in similarly complex situations. And it would continue to put Lisa's healthy twin at risk. And in so doing, it lacks the compassion for these tragic situations that we've solved in the underlying bill. We've been moved to empathy as a body by women like Lisa, who have shared their personal sad stories in hopes that other women will not have to suffer as they have because of state policy decisions. And we don't know what other situations may arise for our constituents because pregnancy is not black and white. The truth is that the underlying bill helps mitigate the harm, but this amendment does not. And people are counting on us to get it right. Patients are watching. The New Hampshire medical community is watching, and they're worried because doctors face prison time if they don't understand and are confused by the language. So I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment and pass the underlying bill and send it to the governor for signature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1680. Further discussion? You ready for the vote? Roll call has been requested by Senator Abad, seconded by Senator Bertzel. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Senator Kahn.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Abard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson. Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The amendment is defeated 10 to 14. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1609. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask this body to accept the committee's unanimous vote to pass HB 1609. Over the last year, we have heard from patients and providers who have direct and personal experience in these complex pregnancies. We heard from Dana, who received a fatal fetal diagnosis during a routine ultrasound at her 30th week of pregnancy. She told our committee the story of her son, Cameron, and the diagnosis of skeletal dysplasia. She clarified that not all skeletal dysplasia are fatal in the prenatal period, but for her diagnosis it was. And recently in our committee, we heard from Michelle, who shared that she had to make the painstaking decision to terminate the pregnancy of her much-wanted daughter, Kayla, at 22 weeks because of a rare fatal fetal diagnosis. Her daughter had no chance of survival outside of the womb because she had no brain, and her heart was missing a chamber. And many of us have spoken directly to Lisa, who learned at 21 weeks in her pregnancy that one of her twins has a fatal fetal diagnosis. She and her husband saw numerous specialists who all confirmed the diagnosis. Her reality is that one twin will not survive. And in fact, this twin could cause harm or death of the healthy twin. She is currently at Dartmouth-Hitchcock, listening today for constant monitoring with the goal of getting to her planned due date of 32 weeks, next Friday, April 29th. I want to share my deep gratitude to all the women who have bravely shared their personal stories with us to paint a clear picture of what it is like to endure these complex situations later in pregnancy and show us why it is critical that they and their medical providers have options. We have now all heard about these very much wanted pregnancies where families had names picked out and nurseries painted, but who discovered a fatal fetal anomaly, a situation incompatible with life, has occurred later in pregnancy. We know that there are many more women who have these deeply personal stories, who may not be comfortable attending a public hearing, who can attest that, yes, these circumstances are rare, but they happen to real families, real Granite Staters, who need to be able to make these decisions with their family members, their clergy, and their doctors. I'm grateful to these women who have spoken up and shared with the legislature their unique insight into their pregnancy and into their experience. And I'm deeply grateful to the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee because we heard them. We listened and we acted to fix this. These patients deserve to have care available to them in their home state if they need it. The bill before us provides the much-needed clarity for doctors and patients to work together to do what is best for their own unique situation. Families involved in these unique circumstances deserve our compassion and our support. No one should be forced to make any one decision in these complex and deeply private moments. Colleagues, I urge you to join the entire Senate Judiciary Committee and pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Further discussion? Senator Birdsall.
President, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on 1609. As I said before, there are more questions than I think there are answers, and there are contradictions in the hearing report. The chair asked Representative Lynn for the definition of incompatible with life, and he referenced a Supreme Court statement, not really a definition. The chair then asked if the Supreme Court statement was 50 years old. Again, no real answer. Keep in mind, trisomy 18 was considered incompatible with life back just in 2008. They are living much longer. Just ask former Senator Santorum, whose daughter Bella was diagnosed with it in 2008. She was born. She is now 14 years old. The doctors at the time suggested that she was incompatible with life and that her mother should have an abortion. And she did not. She's now, like I said, 14 years old. And also keep in mind that just yesterday, the FDA issued warning on prenatal genetic tests. It says here, quoting the press release, pregnant people have ended pregnancies based on the results of genetic prenatal screening alone without understanding the limitations of the screening test, and that the fetus may not have the genetic abnormality identified by the screening test. FDA warning follows recent media coverage of Hastings Center report that found the marketing around the test often included misleading information which could lead parents to terminate a normal pregnancy. The New York Times also reported on the rate of false positives for the tests earlier this year. Also, a request was asked for a definition for induction, and I don't know if we ever got that. Matt Hood from Dartmouth-Hitchcock was requested a medical definition of incompatible with life. I don't know if we ever got that. Incompatible with life, a question was asked, is it just minutes? Is it days? Is it weeks? We don't know that either. Bob Dunn brought up the fact that this will be the first time New Hampshire has ever designated a particular category of children affirmatively on being liable to abortion. Again, as I have said before, I understand the rationale behind this bill, and I understand the hard decisions that have to be made. However, I don't believe, there are way too many questions, and I don't believe this bill is ready to be put into law. There are way too many unknowns. So I ask you to vote down the ought to pass so another motion can be made. And Mr. President, I ask for a roll call. Second.
Roll call's been requested.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Kahn.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan. Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The ayes have it, 19-5. A motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1682 FNA, an act establishing a Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee to the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council, and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes the Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee in the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council and makes an appropriation therefore. The Senate has already supported the creation of this important committee with Senate Bill 456. The bill contemporizes the process for New Hampshire law enforcement in relation to how allegations of misconduct are investigated and presented for disposition, while also balancing accountability, transparency, and fairness for the public and law enforcement. The committee amended the bill to have it mirror the language of Senate Bill 456. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer floor amendment 1593S and be allowed to speak.
Office Floor Amendment 1593S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another omission as we were executing the bill. It was requested that we include public universities in the membership, and so that's exactly what this amendment does. It just includes public universities. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1593. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1682. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, unanimous consent, Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you. to my colleagues, and all of you are my colleagues, and I feel close to all of you. Some of my colleagues have been mistreated, Republicans and Democrats. That's not appropriate. That's not acceptable. And we as senators must speak for one another. We're all here to do a job. What we do here is in the best interest of the people that we represent. That's what we believe in. That's why we're here. And when one of our colleagues is defamed in any way, that's a slam on all of us. All of us. We are here to respect one another, to stand up for one another, and certainly when we see something inappropriate, it's our job to stand up for this body. And I say this, having been around here for 50 years, I've never seen many of the things that have happened in this past session. We have great leadership. We're proud of the leadership, both on the majority side and the minority side. That leadership has brought us together in difficult times. As a result of that, we've got to stand up for one another, because when one of us is chastised, all of us are chastised. Let's not forget that. We're here to do the people's business. It's not easy. I understand that. Nothing is easy in this life. But indeed, the work you do, you walk out of here head high and proud of the work you've done. And you stand behind the work you've done. And we, as colleagues, stand behind you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Alessandro. Senator Bradley.
I want to echo the inspiring words and the necessary words of my friend from District 20. The minority leader, our friend from Manchester, our friend from Nashua have been the targets of some despicable attacks. And it's really important to call that out and to make sure that their safety is provided for, and that this building is a safe spot for us to air our differences, as we are wont to do. I think we're all friends in this room. I agree with my colleague from District 20 that we have to find ways of working together. With that in mind, I've spoken to my colleague from District 4 and intend to speak to my colleague from District 21 about the bill that has generated so much of this controversy and the just terrible attacks on the three members. Can we find a resolution to this? I hope so. The good news is it's not a partisan issue. It's a practical issue. It's a scientific issue. It's a difficult issue. But maybe it's an opportunity for us to, in a pretty short time frame, Mr. President, work together to see if we can resolve it to the betterment of the state of New Hampshire. And I hope that we can all work together to do that. But again, I want to salute my friend from District 20 for calling out the behavior, and I think he deserves a round of applause.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent. And on a much different note, I do thank my colleagues for the previous unanimous consents. But many people may not have seen the news last Friday, and he's far too modest to talk about it. But at the culmination of Clean Energy Week, there was named the 2022 Environmental Legislative Champion. Give it up for Senator Abar.
Senator Kahn. Senator Kahn.
Rise on a much more sobering note for unanimous consent. Tuesday night, I received notice that Lester Cohen had died. And let me just give you a little history on Lester, who died at 98 years old. Keene is wonderfully blessed by the presence of C&S Wholesale Grocers. It is probably the largest corporation in New Hampshire, definitely the largest privately held corporation in New Hampshire, and is responsible as the number one wholesale grocer in the United States for supplying stores across our 50 states. Lester was the patriarch of the family who saw the business grow from Massachusetts to Vermont and ultimately into Keene, New Hampshire. His legacy is enormous, and his loss is definitely felt by many in Keene and across the wholesale grocery business in the nation, as I've seen how his family is received by people across the nation. And my sympathies to the family. I say this for the purpose of recording into the record the deep loss that New Hampshire feels from one of its leading citizens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kahn. Any further remarks? Without objection, all personal privileges and unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business to come before us? Recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.